Hey everyone, this is Ladrone and welcome back to Factorio, where last time we got a pretty good deal. No, let's check here and just make sure that the map here is updated. So last time, not only we got some brilliant backup base, or Homium backup base, we automated that, brought it to space and make into these science enriched science pack. And with those guys, we have basically Science Pack 1 all automated. Nice. So, the next thing that I want to do is look to this guy, which has Science Pack 3, because with that we can get this guy. This one. You need quite a lot though. This, okay. We're gonna need to move into the other sciences. So, for that, one of the things that I realized is that we're not getting enough. We got iron and copper ingots. We had even homium backing up and iridium backing up. But this one, which is the Beryl one, we're not getting that much. So I'm actually gonna go there. The idea is to start revamping our outposts. We can get a proper amount of materials from there, or to the point, the proper amount of 4 fragments from there. To do so, I'm already grabbing some of these power poles, and actually, let's make 1,000. Oh, I said 1,000. Thank you. There we go. Now, okay. So the plan is to. Oh, I know. What? Cave. Okay. Is to get these guys, get ourselves into rocket, and then start building there. So, a few things that we're gonna need is at least one of the 2 of these. Oh, let's say grab 5 just to make sure that we have enough. Pylons and these guys, the add-on power poles, are really good for some things like this. Not the pylons, but the add-on. Instead of using these and then powering this way, I could just add the add-on to the delivery cannon and connect it directly, so it will only be powered by that. But since we already have that solved, we also added these to get some more rocket silos, rocket cargo sections, so we can use this. Got a little bit of a storage, about 5k in each, and we have many. And the idea is we're going to start sending this rocket, or rocket like this, to those stations. So it has the rocket, has you can see on the right, it has 100 rocket sections, 1 capsule, and fuel. So we can send materials from whatever outpost to here. But then first we need to have the outpost there. So one of the things that I need to have there is one of these guys. I think I already have some of these already there. But I'd like to take some more. Drop these and those over here. And I'm gonna turn this off real quick. Go here. These and those can stay there. So from the base, I'm gonna take this as well. What else we're gonna be needing there? Because the problem, as it seems right now in here, is that here we have this guy and this guy. These has 1.4, so it's not a lot of output for these. That's already tapped into. This is already tapped into. So right now, you see how this is slowly coming in here? You do not have the proper setup. This is coming this way. This way, this, okay. Oh, you're getting some coming from here. Coming here to over there. Yep, all good. Now, my plan is to go over there, tap this guy over here, and this guy over here. We're not going to increase it that much. So this is already tapped as well. Yeah, we might have to look into here. Brilliant. Yeah. Have this on asteroid belts. And this is going to be into another planet area zone. Yeah. These are the ones that are going to be. These three will be the ones that would be the most beneficial for us. But for now, I'm just going to see if we can get a little bit more on mana. So, we have the rocket silos to start sending things from there. The landing pad so we can receive the rocket materials to send things back. Some of these. And I would like to have some more guardrails. Those automated. Here. 5. Get out of that one. So with all of that, no, there's a few more things that we need to take. You want to take this ship? Or no? This one is already full. 500 out of 500. So we can send this afterwards. So we're gonna need some fuel processing because we're gonna be sending the liquid fuel, aka you. This one, solid rocket fuel, and then we're gonna turn it into liquid fuel from these fuel refineries, which we have here. Let's say 40. 50-ish. Sound like a good number. We need some belts, some pipes. Belts. Underground these as well. Except the bots break everything. That 2 plus. Probably need this. Probably need those. That's about it that we need there. Hopefully. Send. Very much. Yeah, I think we should be good. So, this is not going to be here. This is going to be on none. On the landing pad. Landing pads, we have those. And these, you process the rocket fuel. And what we're going to do is with the materials that we're going to get there and the excess, whatever it is, okay, capsules and the fragments, we're going to be able to send everything back. So, let's start improving those outposts, shall we? While we're going there, let's get there. So the first one is kind of over here. So I want to do something different. Instead of having these much, probably going to have something like this. Okay. Here. So we could potentially just use this one here. So actually can do. Let's come here and take a look at the orbit. Grab this. Then thank you, autosave. Down here where we need to go. So maybe something like this. And close. This is probably not going to be here. Yep. Oh, let's have the bots deal with those first. Take some of things from inventory. Let's compact these. Yeah. So have 3 here. We have 3 here. But I think these, all of these, they don't get one full bout out of it. So let's try that out. Further from there. Oh, we're gonna get to the stage where we don't get power. Yeah, we still have one bit of place that we don't have enough power. So let's grab some of these. Go. There we go. And let's do more. Should allow us to go through that valley of being powerless. Yeah. This side. Nope. Here. And there. Okay. Now with all of that, goodbye to all of these. Gonna have this and that merge into here. So this right now is gonna have the output priority to the here. This in. This and that. Go once everything is sorted out. This is going to be cleared. As you can see, this is already cleared. This should be clearing soon. Let's take a look. How is approach here? Nope, nothing. Nope. Nothing's been placed. No, we can't have that, can we? Go down there and place everything manually. That's going to be the answer for now. We have everything we need. Seems I don't like it. Might not have everything, but should be pretty good. Close by. There we go. Oh, power. Go. Good. Peace. Yep. More. So what should this? That's interesting that only the intermediate power poles are being placed. These go over here. And we're just gonna copy this. Now, I would like to have you covered by this. What's trying to do? And what about they're going crazy? Okay. They normalize it. Or at least they're not going crazy anymore. And then the main result anyway. Good. Here. So get all of that up. That's easy. Oh, where this is passing on. Here, turning right. And on over there. So, at the end of the day, it actually doesn't need to be something like this. It can be something like that. And this can join with this because they is making now 1.4 per second. Got the same one for this one. Yep, 1.4 per second. Good, good, good. This one will have that one. Is this? Have one up there. Over here. Over there. Either one of you are up, right? Ooh, good, good. This, well, hopefully I would like to go there. Place those down because that's going to make things a lot easier. With all of these, we should have a little bit more production, hopefully. And we can set up the outpost to receive and send out using the styles. Getting some materials, so it seems. That's what I'm talking about. And we're going to send and receive things from here. So have something similar to this. I like to have this one as is. Just moving it a little bit closer. And then what we're gonna have is here up this crease. One of these. You, sir, you're gonna be unload your. It's gonna be universal. Will be fuel unload. So it's gonna have are those solid sauce. Cargo. Oh. So this is gonna unload all of those. So that means that we are a novice. This guy not gonna like this. Search for universal. One. Any landing pad with name. I was gonna send this to any landing pad, and it's gonna send when launch on cargo fuel. Launch on green signal when fuel full. Launch on green signal or when cargo is full. So that's when cargo is full. So here comes the first one. So this is going to land over here. So here they come. And boom, everything is here. We have some cargo space, not too much. So now comes the fun part. Here we're gonna have some unloading. The first one is gonna be capsule. Second one is gonna be the cargo section. Good, so these two are going to be coming this way. And the next one is going to be dealing with fuel. But for now, let me take a look here. So you have a lot of cargo. And I'm wondering what's going to happen if there's no space here. Still going to work? Or just going to be able to wait? That is less warning. Launch delay. Cargo full. Okay. Soon. I want to keep these full, so this has 2 capsules. We might not need to keep that second one. And then the extra cargo sections are due to not being consumed. So this is gonna give us enough room to bring everything. Okay. Let's take a look. Things here. Almost full. And while that's happening, let me get a little bit away. I'm gonna have to die over there. Oh, this is not gonna. No, this is full. This is not full because this is waiting. But this is waiting. These inserters are only gonna be to 390, so it's not gonna be completely full. This is lesser than 1. But when it's 0, it's gonna insert. And this one can be 200. This actually can be at 100. Right now it has 200, 101. I didn't insert all of them. Behavior, these as because it counts the 100 in here, so it has to be the 200. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so this has 101. Try that again, shall we? This should fill everything here. So this is full. This should be launching. Okay. Nope. Okay, this seems to be working. No. This is going to be sent on the ship. It's going to be going out. We're going to have one of these. Which we're going to have something like this. Go. Add one of these here. Go. But first, before we do something like that, I want to load these ones. Oh, we're gonna do which. Put all of these here. And the fuel. I'm gonna have to do something like we have here. Copy this wholesale like this. Delete. So yeah, these needed to be a little bit further away. And we copy that over again. So, first thing gonna be this guy over here. Which can kind of be like here. Go. No. Okay. You guys powered up. No. I'm gonna have Let me just that. These are going to be for fuel. With this. Like this, just make sure that everything's balanced right. Oops. Here. There. Should give us the fuel that we need. This is coming this way, so. Fuel over here. In here, I would like to have some of this. And this was our power again. But we'll fix that in a moment. Peace. Wait, no. There's only these two come over here. Let's do it like this. You should start getting some of these fuel out. We want to have some storage here for these ones. Probably not. What I'm going to do even this. Here. And here it's just going to be a matter of loading things. Maybe at least one will load. This one's going to be cargo. This is going to connect to this. This one is going to be like that. You're going to be enable if those here. Cargo section is less than 100. That's going to be the same for the other one. And this is going to be enabled if that's all. This less than at all these guys. They're like this. Have those. I have another capsule over here, so we'll have to connect here. Yep, just stay over there. Pick it up again. This is going to be sitting out the cargo sections. The fuel is going down. So soon, when this is empty, should receive another one of those. Okay, let's see. Turning those. Good, good, good. And not inserting anything else. So basically everything else in here is gonna stay in this belt. Take this off real quick. This, something like that. Things can be loaded on both sides of the belt. Now this is empty. Now what are you doing over here? Oh, this is coming. Good, good. And so we're gonna have another one in here. Nice. Here we have. Now we have to add inserters here. So, you to here. And we're going to put you to here. And the next one is going to be you there. We're out of power again. Still running out of power. Sometime. Okay. How are we doing here? Okay. Get some more, shall we? Go. Hopefully soon we're gonna have some better simulators. Hopefully. We can dream, right? More of these. Hopefully those are gonna be enough to cover our needs for now. There. Can probably get done with these guys. There we go. Let's have the bots have some fun over there. You're gonna be enabled. If here's gonna be tricky. Gotta go later. The one that we need. Then output something else. I forget it. Not good. I only want to enable this if they have one capsule in the rocket silo. Well, the capsule itself is not going to be too much, so. Try that again. You gonna be enabled if this is going to be equal to 100. Actually, larger or equal. So if it has at least 100 of those, it's going to have that in it. So, now let's connect all of these. Then these guys should have the signal that they need. Keep on feeding these guys over here. Good, good, good. So these appear to be working properly. No. Unloading out those. In here. Go. All of those can come over. So, go back to novice. And where do we need these guys? This is dealing with the Beryl fragments. So that can come over here. Yeah, oh, hello. Beef hasn't been attacked. Good. This is all gonna come this area and then gonna send it this way. Probably using these as the other or everything else. So what's gonna happen is the rockets from with the Beryl is gonna come over here. So one of these. And we want to place this close. Ideally in the future, yes, but for now I can do it. Then this. We're just gonna copy here. Office. You are gonna be Beryl or unloading. Well, they're all gonna be unloading because they're gonna receive things. Okay. But for now I'm just gonna use these. Unloading here is going to be the report. Renamed. Okay, so that means that these is going to go to search for. Nope. And search for that. That means that like there. Okay, you instead of being named this will be unload. Oops. What I was reading. And this is gonna unload those. And then here we're gonna have this thing. it's gonna be like that. But for now, I'm gonna just do it like this. So you. Beryl. Linking pen with that name. And load Beryl and Carl. Okay. Now I have the resources. For that. And we're gonna launch when the cargo is full. That's the same trigger that we have back there. Right? Here. Launch when cargo full. Yep. Cargo full. So in that rocket. Yeah, come over here. These guys say, hey, can have some of the heroes that I need to have. Bots can stay with us. Okay, this can go with us. Nope. Oh, took everything from there, so grab these. Those. Here you can have these. Juicer. Those. Move over here. 150. Yeah. Still slow. It's gonna be so. There's enough time to drop off some more other things. All loaded. So north a bit. Okay, how about you? Have all the bots that you need. There we go. Bots and bots. Thank you very much. Now, more materials in. This can stay. This can stay. Definitely stay. This can stay. All of those. That is definitely as well. You want to take with us. Plates. House. Want to take with us. This, and those. Then everything else we're just gonna take whatever we can get from here. How are we doing here? 5 to 26. Soon we're gonna be being sent out to our planet. And while that is happening, we should arrive over here. So right now I'm gonna take these guys. That. Power to you. You're gonna cover these three. And right now I'm just gonna cover these three. These two. So all of these we gonna send things over to this side. Then I'm gonna be loading here in the future. So I'm gonna have to bring 2 belts here to here, and then from there. Okay, so here 2 of these storage. Yeah. Don't want this to go through the network itself, so I have 2 of these here. Oh, hello. Here we came. Here we are. This is gonna be 4, so this. All those going to be connected to here. This can just go over here. No. We can wait. Oh, we're close by. I think. One of those. Turn this off. Probably not. Trying to reduce some of these. Nope. Messing through. Because those are full. Yeah, everything else is full. So. Here. All of it, but a chunk of it is done. So, bots do the rest of the work for us. Thank you very much. And we're trying to get sorted. Here, no. This is loading those. We have 4 belts over here. Let's go in here. 4. This is going to be that. Here is okay, so wait. This way. Here's something brilliant for you. Go. Same goes for you. Here. And the last one will be like this. And this way. Here. No. Oh, because this is on the way. Okay. There we go. Should help pretty well. Now things are moving and grooving. With these guys here. Want them to come over to this way. So that. Here. There. There. Fuji as well. Oh, that's another one that I need to look into to rework. You're gonna be this one. Next one. Oh, nope, not there. This, I'm gonna say, hey, load some things in here, shall we? That. Have a few more of these, so the idea that these guys are gonna come here, these guys are coming here. Right, okay. A lot of these that I can just drop over here. Yeah, so they can be organized properly. Good. Have some more nodes or fragments in here. Good. Okay, so all of these can come in here and merge them in back and forth. Probably through here and later. And then these guys need to come this way all the way to this. So how do we want this? I think it's similar to what we did here. And the other way around. I'm gonna output into one of these thingies. Here. Saw you, train. There. Good. Now I need to come this way. Just gonna use these side of the belt. Yep. Wanted to come down here. There we go. Here. This is kind of going to work like cloud storage. So way more. That one? No. Here. And then first, like that. And what we need is then to be connected like this. And you're going to be enabled if this top one is going to be capsule. It's going to be enabled if capsule. It's lower than 0, and in this case, this is requesting 10, so it's going to assert this is lower than 20. So this is not going to need to be a requester chest, but it can work as a requesting chest if things get too low. And this is requesting 100, so for you, if it's less than 150, 1500, and this is going to insert into here. Okay, that works. Turning. Let's insert into here if needed. There's 100. Those. Disable. Isn't this stage? No. Oh. This is 200. Oh, not this one. Less than equal than 200. So yeah, that's why it's trying to insert in here. And this on the lower number, 80. Because right now it has 4,000. Is one of these more than enough? Okay. Cargo fuel from. For now, this is waiting for source items. Okay. Which means that this only has the fragments, which are going to go. And if we go to we still have these. Good day. Things are going well. Things are going well. We're starting to change the way that we're loading things. More, we're transporting things between planets. We don't have to use any more of these low density structures or heat shooting and explosives. So it's a little bit simpler than having to come in here, craft delivery cannons, and then hope everything gets to where it needs to. And let's see, how are you doing? You're still getting some materials. These has more fuel than it needs, and these has more. It's 54. This one's. That's exactly what I was afraid of. We're getting too many of these rocket sections. So instead of these 200, let's say 170, 60. Some of these are going to be taken care of by the rocket itself. They're going to be restored, recycled. So right now we have 100 of these. Probably going to be less. Oh, this doesn't have. Well, this is not supposed to have one capsule because the capsule is going to be reused from the rocket tail or the landing pad itself. So in here we might have to do with a little bit of. Yeah. The thing is, I left a few of these over here. So how do we? Oh, sorry about that. I still haven't set up the ads properly. Yeah, we were trying to get a little bit more throughput because right now things are not looking very well for us. This is powered over here. Here as well. And the idea is to go here and drop these over there. And how about you? Have you been dealing with a lot of shenanigans lately? Or things are running smoothly in their factory? This is only going to get another rocket when it runs out of fuel. So that's the plan there. As if we do that, then this is not going to have enough rockets to send things up. Main bus now has all level 2 research setup. So you have everything level 2, meaning military science and chemical science packs. Gray and blue science. That's nice. That's a really good accomplishment. Is actually you're opening up a lot of research in the tech tree. As in energy 1 and 2, bio 1 and 2. Oh, so you're you are on space exploration as well. Nice. That's really good. I just have level 1 for everything, and I have level 2 for blue science. That is astronomic science pack. Might start looking into science pack 3 today, but I'm probably gonna just rework the factory that we have for our space, the way that our space base is looking now. What I'm doing right now is just expanding this. That's a lot of work getting them working. Yeah, I'm trying to follow in your steps and trying to increase the production of these extra materials like beryllium, chromium, and the other ones. And the plan is to extend these and have a proper, because right now this is right there. I'm not really enjoying this and don't think that this is actually available. Like right now we have our science pack 2, the astronomic science pack 2 over here, and for the third one I'm gonna need the second one. And the comprehensive catalog needs radio, gamma, and dark matter. Oh, the negative one. So this one. So we need gamma ray, radio, X-ray, microwave. No, X-ray and microwave we already had. Radio, gamma, and dark. Gamma, radio. Negative, dark. Oh, dark matter is right over here. So yeah, we're gonna need to build all of these. Might start looking into those today, but not sure if we're gonna have a lot of progress. Right? What I want to do over here, as these guys get placed, we'll grab a few of these. These down like so. So in the future we can extend this that way, but there are a few things that we're going to need to address here. We need to send more rockets, aka more capsules, so when things expire we have enough space. This is going to be 100. So, if I grab a handful of these, room here. There we go. It has some room for us. Oh, and I did that correctly. Gonna get this is gonna be less than 10. I send 512 capsules at once, then 500 cargo packets. Oh, so we have 3 of those rockets to send to all of them. Okay. But if you use the same for each time on landing pads, same name for each time on landing pad. Yeah. That's gonna be way simpler than what I'm doing right now. That means I'm gonna be making a lot of these capsules. You only need 1 rocket per item that way. Yep. Yeah, things will be a lot simpler that way. Yeah. Let's do that then. Everything. Land from there. Piece off. We're not deleting anything that doesn't need to be deleted. Right now, those are all gonna go bye-bye. And all of this. We'll need more for rockets due to the amount of fuel required, but you can avoid that. You have oil in the world and use that before you might need more for rocket, the amount of fuel required, but we can avoid that. We have oil in the world and use that before using imported fuel. Oh, so you mean do the processing of the fuel in the planet itself? Okay, I see. I think for right now, I'm just gonna do. Yeah, that would be a lot simpler. You're over here. Off. That one. So, in this type of. You're gonna be sending to that kind of one. This. Take those. And right now we have these, so off. And okay, now you have 5k fuel. Good. As we'll use a lot of fuel for some buildings in the Vencedors. You need them in bulk because they burn a lot of fuel. Oh. I see. Yeah, for now, it seems to be okay-ish. And I added a little bit of storage. So we should have some fuel for a good while. Those. Then here. And then for you, just get all of these. Now let's go back to the mod here. I have to rework my fuel to have about 3 times my production to keep up with my rockets. Yeah. I have a slight feeling that we're gonna deal with that soon. So this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be renamed Universal Fuel. So this is gonna go through across the galaxies, hopefully. That's always gonna be the plan, but the challenge. Once we get to the plan, that's not gonna be the same. Here we're gonna be universal. Gonna be anything that's good. Now let's go back to them. We need to set up these thingies. So these are gonna go bye-bye. Those are gonna go bye-bye. And those are gonna go bye-bye as well. And in here, I'm gonna have 2 of these. We're gonna be or so. Capsule. This is gonna be universal cargo. Yep. That and set up a return rocket from Norvis orbit. Other worlds have a lot of rockets sent to them functions, so they don't end up with all my capsules and rocket parts. The aim is to reuse as much as possible. Yeah. So this is gonna get capsules. So what I'm gonna have to do something sneaky here. So the plan is you're going up, going down. You're gonna have all of those. So you're gonna receive a rocket, but you're gonna have a capsule here. So you're gonna filter by the capsule. And then insert into this one. You're gonna filter by this rocket sections, and then gonna send it to this. So these landing pads are gonna act as the storages. Yep. And here it comes to the back again. Now for the next rocket, these guys are gonna have to be working. So right now we're gonna have 2 inputs here. Only the one of these can be down. Thingies. No. I'm gonna just do this. This is gonna get you here. Dirt. Oh, you sir. You're gonna insert if cargo rockets are less or equal than 100. Was the cargo Sections come here. They're going to keep inserting to this until this is full. It's going to be similar to here. Wait. And here. And this is going to insert capsules. Those capsules, where are you? Here. If it's lesser than 1. It's just going to insert 1. Everything's going to be, oh, nice. And we have here 16. But this is not inserted because these doesn't have anything. Yep. Nice, nice, nice. All good. Here, we're just going to do something like this and that. If you have resources for 500 odd capsules per world, the generic cap landing pad with one passive provider would epically. If not, you probably end up with what I do, with signal transmitters and receivers to control the amount of capsules per world. That requires a rocket launch pad per world. And while that's what I did, I recommend the first option. That's a lot better. So you're recommending having oh, we're gonna have a rocket launch pad because we want to launch these sort of materials back. And right now I have 84 capsule or logistic network. We're crafting them up here somewhere. Right here. Yeah. We have these completely full right now. But instead of these things, probably gonna have to do something different. So we want capsules and we want these things. Okay. So I'm gonna do these all down here. Because this is where we have some fuel. Right now, these are not gonna get. One thing that I need to do back there is because when something's going to land up here, it's going to be filter inserters, right? So the other materials need to come to this way. So I'm going to have to do something like we have before. You're going to filter for capsules, and you're going to filter for this. Right? Capsules is up there. I can this around. This is going to be section, and the capsules are going to be here. This can be something like this. Capsule that's going to land in here. It's going to go that way. And that's going to come in here. Also, whenever possible, I would fill the warehouse and use that to fill a rocket. That way, even if you can't fill the rocket at that time, you can build a buffer. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Let me just set these up. So sections for this ones are going to come here, there. And it's gonna be unloaded here. Yeah. Good. Now, what we want to do is have something similar to this guy over here. And we go down there. Easier. Autosave. So here we're doing like this. Let me flip this around. No, let's start from the beginning. You are going to be making capsules. And you're going to get a whole bunch of these. We can only get speed. But they're all usually only a small amount of those compared to what you received. A method to empty launch pads of rocket pads and perhaps a simply active provider. Lazy but works more smart. After all, usually only a smart portion of those compared to what you receive. Yeah. I'm trying to avoid using bots in the remote worlds because there you have that decay option. So if you have a few things in there, then bots can start crashing. So I'm trying to avoid that. But yeah, I see what you mean. Here, what I'm going to do is something like this. 60 seconds. Yeah, you need to have at least a few bots into a planet to. You have to have very few bots on a planet to ever have to worry about that. Oh, there's a minimum amount of bots. Oh, I didn't knew that. Okay, that's good to know. The idea is to request here. 100, this is enough. Let's suspicion that I'll not try something different here. This is 2x2, this is 4x4. Grab one of those. Now I know. We're gonna have enough room. This is gonna be into one of those, which is gonna be inserted into one of these. Cut this off. Here. There we go. And then these. Or 75, forget the value without loading. We can check. For the most part, I only use bots to remove rocket parts, so usually it's not a big issue. Yeah. Okay. I see. Just thinking right now, we can have something like this. I wonder if this will work. You need rockets. How many fuel do we have? There's some fuel coming in here. Work. These need the rockets. We're gonna have to have something like this. Instead of these kind of rockets, for this kind of production, you're gonna produce one of these. We're gonna get the brilliant one. Yeah, sure, why not? It's just the same recipe plus the beryllium. So for 8 more beryllium plates, you get another stack of these. Yeah. Let's make one of these. Oh, of course it is. Yeah, I actually made this one. Oh, I don't have the storage. No, oh, grab some. Yeah, what I did is I'm bringing everything from the other planets into here, and then I'm training them here. So I have a lot of iridium, chromium, and now in soon we're gonna have the beryllium ingots here, and the beryllium ingots here are on an active provider. And then right now I'm just getting the ingots and making them into plates. And right now we have a few, about 10k, so that should be enough for now. No, get one of these, make one of those, and there you go. Just gonna make those. Question is, can I set back inserters to move things from one to another? Let me think. Okay, we already have 2 capsules here. And yeah. The rocket control units, yeah, we still have all that. How about you? Oh, need to request some things. What am I requesting? Those? Right. Come on. What happened with you? Got hit by something. Okay. It's not a big issue. Good powered. And get... You're trying to push it to here. Oh, there we go. The request amount myself, but sometimes the copy recipe thing asks for strange amounts. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, oh, these amounts are kind of strange. But I like to have at least one stack of each thingy. So yeah, now it's just rocket control units. Anyway, that 470 something on storage. Okay. These 2 rockets, so good. You got hit. Oh, getting hit left and right now. With that, you counter both rocket parts. Store after both rocket parts for transporting by making packet rocket parts. Oh yeah. But then I have to process and deprocess them back at the planets gonna try to make the outpost as simple as possible. So all of these that I'm doing right now is just to remove the transmitter and receivers. So things are be a little bit easier. Rocket control units. Why do I have the feeling that this is gonna be... Yeah, maybe I should have built this a little bit north. So try to these two. Good. Hey Kanake, how's things going? Honestly, just do rocket parts myself, but I use packet to send Narvis orbit back to Narvis. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean, because going from the planet to the orbit is probably going to be a lot of back and forth. I have to think about that in the future. But for now, just trying to see if I can make sure that these two rocket silos are properly set up. So this is gonna load with... So this is only gonna be sent capsule, and you're only gonna be filtering for this. So nothing else is gonna be sent out. So you're gonna only be enabled if this is lower than 100. Actually, lower or equal. So this is waiting for resource items. That's good. Hey Kanake, have you been playing Factorio and Space Exploration or anything? Just of those? So just Factorio or neither, or just getting to know the game? The book rocket deliver bulk rocket parts delivered to Narvis orbit all the time. You need to send bulk rocket parts or send 5 rockets for the same amount. Yeah. It's getting a little bit untangled right now. We're trying to get things a little bit better organized. Right now, for each of our remote planets, well, we have, let's say, for example, we have a lot of materials or solar panels and all of that to power everything. And then we have to send the materials to the planet and then have a transmitter to say, hey, we need to stop sending things out. Like right now it's not sending anything because it has everything it needs. Then we have to process the copper feeds into cables, and then the cables are used for these and the cable. Then we need to make the capsule, and then the capsule we need to make these logics to make sure that we're only powering this when we have resources or space available to receive those and all of that. And now if we go to Enron, it's gonna be okay, we have to receive the materials, get the fuel broken down, but then when we send things in, instead of just sending 50 or 100, we're gonna send 1,000. So it's gonna be a lot better on the throughput. So we're trying to improve the throughput from the outposts for the rarer materials back to our home planet. So let's see. This is gonna push if it's there. And then it should be a matter of just having some like this. You're consuming this. You're not sending the capsules, why not? This is lesser than 1. There we go. Already has the 1, so that counts. So the rockets are being sent to here. Okay. Make those down real quick. That we have on our inventory. And the ones that we have up here. It's gonna get moving a little bit quicker. Have a few of these cargo sections that we can push to our rockets right now. Good. So these are gonna get those. Everything else is gonna be sitting up here. Good, good, good. Get the rest of those. And I know that there is another chest of those. 2 more. Good, good, good. I have a slight suspicion that just one assembler making this is not gonna be enough. But there are ways of solving that. But right now, we have those here. Just make sure that those are going to be sent up here. Oh, there's 2 more here. Many. So, what we can do here is release. Oh no, I had one. There we go. Now. Yep. So yeah. Oh, you have one more than you should. Oh, because this is actually one stack inserter. So it's inserting more than it needs to, but that's okay. When we get to the other planet, things are gonna sort it out. That's no biggie. So what I'm going to do is have so these here, so those there. This is gonna request all the 10 of those. And also, if there's any of those available, they're going to be pushed down here. And that's going to be the same for this one. So if you find any capsule lying around, you're going to be sent it this way. What are you missing? Rocket control units. I know that we have those automated up here. For our first rocket, this rocket here, you have radio control units. Those are being made up here, and the rest of this is going to be down here, there. We don't have those available on the network. Oh, okay, that's not good. Need to come over here and improve this production. So let's try to do that real quick. Okay, this orbit. No, hold on. No, we don't have those. Oh, probably because these guys are struggling to make those. Yep. Low density structure seems to be the issue here. Yeah. Well, this is gonna get sorted eventually. Just need to keep an eye here. Make sure that this is what this alert means. Those are coming. Those are coming. This is sorted eventually. you, universal. You will be universal rockets when cargo is full. Then we just need the liquid rocket. Okay. You're gonna be sending to. Oh. This one. Cargo full. I just need to make sure that we're getting this guy. This. That. There. Go. Get some fuel. That. You should be getting some fuel as well. Yes, no. Okay, perhaps more chance. I think you are eating all the fuel right now. Here, what I'm going to do is say, hey, can you have a little bit of pump action? Things can get moving a little bit quicker. Would you look at that? What? 7. Yep. You're full. Now you're getting full. So, those are good. All of this is set up. Okay, but why? Oh, this is because it doesn't have fuel. Yeah, this is waiting for these guys to be full. Good, good, good. Let's improve that production line. And hopefully that's going to solve our problems right now. This guy, see, we have all of these that needs to be moved down there. They're not moving. Got plenty of logistic bots, almost 100,000. Yes, maybe a little bit too much. Yeah. That's how we're rolling right now. Okay, so here we're gonna need to put all of these. Good. Next step is do these. That way, this way. But they're all blender. Yep. Those belts. Good. Now, we have some of these. Yes, we do. Okay, now we should be good. This. Yep, all of those are working. This guy's upgraded. Oh no. I can upgrade this because I'm weaving these together, so this is where the logistics one they are being added to the logistics network here. Here, there. Actually gonna do, get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy. And instead of adding it up there, I'm just gonna add it up here. There we go. It'll be a little bit closer. And upgrade all of them. Look at that. Good. What do you need? All of these. Okay. Let's add a few more for those down here into our generic factory. Yes. Let's go with generic factory. Go. Outside crafter. You're going to be making these rocket control units. And yeah, should be enough. These should help us getting a little bit more on back production. For you, we have what? 100 and something, so let's make it for everything that's. This is what I'm not understanding. We have 48 on the way, 417 in storage, but they're not being requested. Why not? Yeah. Have one of these capsule makers. You're right. Yeah. This. Yeah. So let's go of those. To have everything ready for you, but you're not moving. Okay. Definitely concerning when things are not moving to where they need to go to. We have one network, right? Yeah. This is one big network. But there are some gaps here and there. But from here to down here, everything is working right. Everything should be requesting. Everything should be coming in here. But we're almost getting almost ready with these. This one's gonna take a little longer. So these rocket control units. Over all these. I think it's time for these guys to go. Two more of those. And since we have this guy over here, is going to do something like this. And the rest of that. Oh, novice orbit? No, 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 no. Oh, there's going on down here. Don't want to do these guys. Here, this is a thermodynamics facility. I think I'm also almost have all of these automated. Almost the places where things fall into. Yeah, things are gonna get placed down eventually. And now the bots are going to fly everywhere. Now we're talking. Oh, one is gone. So let's see how Megnan is doing. These. Yep. You have that extra rocket silo. And you are disabled. Yep. Good, good, good. So this is ready. Gonna be able to come to. I know. Beryl was up here. Yep. This is already empty. And then things are gonna be able to come out there. I might have to do a little bit different than this. Just think we're not gonna have enough of these rocket control units. Let me increase my production a bit. Yeah, this might help us a bit. And that's the beauty of having bots. You can just like, oh, I want to double up my production. There we go. Production doubled. Amazing. That. Good, oh good, oh good. Over here. Hero network. Still needing this. Okay. And this is what we're lacking the most. But this amount of production should help us out a bit. I have an idea how much this is producing. 6 per minute. Okay. And this needs 100. Take one capsule. I think there might be an easy way to kind of enable this. And it's just say, hey, when it's fuel of fuel, you can send it up. Yeah. Might be an alternative there. This is gonna take a little while to fill in. I need to be able to. I want to need 100 of them. 160. Oh, this is 30-second traffic time. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely what we're missing. So, take this off real quick. Those. These we have. There we go. Over here. This one I say, hey, get some more of these. Yep. Down there to clear up our inventory a bit. So all these materials we don't need. These. You're requesting shoes, so sold shoe for you. All these. And that's all that we needed to have it. Here's the rocket control units that are on the lighting department. Right now, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Like a so. And have all of these being good. So, right now, this is as is right now, but I can probably just trigger it manual launch. Okay, so things can start happening on Menon. So you have everything that you need. So, here is just a matter of getting guidance instructor, loading instructors. Here. Yep. Here. There. And then we're missing this guy over here. Go. You. Also missing. And we did that because we're storing a lot of these base belts over here. Because if we're going to be redoing this science production and doing it over here, as we got this way. So now that we have you set up, you're ready. You're gonna send everything to us. Good. So maybe I can need for a little bit more. Find some more nodes and send back to base. Oh, hello. There's another one. This one we're already tackling. So this one could come this way. Let's Got a copy. Okay. This. Looking to get here. Oh. Do these here. Go. Ending this. Here instead of these being like that. Different. Or something like this. Come on. And here. And do something like this. Okay. And now we just need to connect the power to that one. It'll be something like this. Here. The other one needs to go around here, I'm saying. And with something like this, both of these get powered. Okay, then one gets a little bit more production. Now it's going over here. Not that many. So we got a rocket here. As we did. That. Everything else. These two got pushed here. These two need to be put down all the way here. Okay, so put these being here. Let's send them all the way here as well. Okay. I have to remove that one. Yeah. Get rid of all this. Here. There we go. This is gonna be like that. Really? Oh, really? Go there, this can go there. Top one is the capsule. Top one is the capsule, the left one is the capsule now. Top one became the capsule again. Now on this capsule to be working here. There we go. There. Power. This one is a little bit trickier. So. Almost took it all the way. This one here. And I got one correct. And this can serve as an outpost from there. Good, good, good. Oh, you're already full. We get some more. Oh, you have some. Oh yeah, the rocket control units are the ones that are holding us back. I have to do a little bit of outpost for that. What do we need? Radio control units. That's the little people, isn't it? Batteries. So we need foil. Oh, we need everything. Plates, glass, red circuits. Yeah. And I think it's either red circuits or green circuits are going to be lacking on right now. All these are moving. And the red circuits here are really struggling. Here is the we're lacking. The green chips. Yeah. And the green chips, these ones only making from the starter portion of the base, which in this case is missing some tablets. And actually, it's just a matter of creating things. Yep. That should help us out a little bit. Hopefully. No, we have lemon. I've automated. There's one more, so that's 900. Beryl should be coming in soon-ish. It's already out. Someone's gonna start sending in with the old ways. We're getting good. Well, not good. Better production now. Because we don't get enough barrel from sources there. Yeah. We got the new one. The new one should be here. Not built. Autobots should be moving around. More power. Okay. There we go. So we'll get a little bit more. And thinking about taking a look and see what we can do on science. So for science 3 here, we need this. And for this, we need negative, radio, gamma, and dark matter. Negative, gamma, radio, and dark. Dark and negative here. Dark and negative, gamma and radio. Gamma and radio. Okay. So we need the base materials for those. We have any of those automated by any chance? Do not think so. Here's getting visible, infrared, UV, microwave, X-ray. Visible, infrared, UV, microwave, and X-ray. Here. This is all to make more the most multispectral analysis. Gravimetrics facilities, laser facility, mathematics, and astromatics. So we need the base ones. So array, X-ray, UV, visible, infrared, microwave, radio. Dark matter. This is gravitational lensing data in negative. So negative is the first one. We need the aeroframe scaffolding. We would make these here, right? We have the aeroframe poles. We don't have the cryonite rods properly automated. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to restart this from scratch. Make this a proper setup. So, let's start from the beginning. First, these things that we need to do. We're gonna make visible these guys. So this based on steel plate, or this make on beryllium. This makes 5 and this makes 10. Everything else the same. So instead of one steel plate, one beryllium plate. Thing is, I have packed on more of the steel plates from bringing the materials here, so how are we gonna set these up from start skipping things from this bay? All of these can potentially be removed. This one can probably be, because this is not taking anything from anywhere. This off. Here, let's look at these. Those can go. And we're missing go as well. These guys. A little bit clearer. Question is, have all of these things? Do all of them need to be following along? plastic, we're already running out. Man, oh man, we're running low on a lot of things. So I think for the next base, what I might do, instead of setting another outpost, I'm gonna set another base. Right now we have these base, we have an outpost here, and we have an outpost there. The thing is, if we could go to this guy, these need science pack 3, but these need science pack 3 as well. But to do that, we need this one, and to do that, we need this one, and this one, science pack, not science pack 3, but needs material science pack 3. So actually, we are far away from properly being able to automate this. Yeah. So, and we're already struggling for materials, as you can see here. So, this doesn't seem to be working properly. So let's see if we can find far away place where we can have all the desires of our hearts, aka resources in multitude. I have a few things here. Some biters here that might be troublesome. More biters over here. Start to get a little bit more aquatic than I'd like to. And here come the biters. That's a big nest over there. Oh yeah, that's gonna be hard to take care of. There's some copper over there. Fighters everywhere. I wish I had more firepower to deal with those. Let's start looking into some other alternatives to dealing with these fighters. We just say, hey, I'm in pacifist mode, and then they will not bother us. But yeah, I'm kind of over relying on that, so it seems that north is not looking that good. Now we have 19, 126, 30, 1985, 72. That's a little bit sparse. 50, 20, 7. Yeah, it's not greasy as much as I would like to. Five, 7, 1, 8, 3, 30. This is the kind of thing that I was looking for. Got a lot of coal as well. 30 here. See if we can find something south of us. Where are we right now? I'm hoping to find something down here. Going this way. This be a little bit better. A lot of copper and iron though. A lot of stone. Uranium over here. A rather Small patch. Green here. Together with some stone. Lot of miters. Big mess. Oh, this is impossible to deal with the current rate of firepower that we have right now. What do we have? 60, 30. Good. Yes, this is good. Okay-ish. This area really looks good. So we have a lot of copper and iron ore that we can explore around here. These 140 million stone. This 88 million coal. We have a bunch more stone over here. Stone, stone, stone. Don't have a lot of coal though. The only good patch is this one. I just see more on that spot again. Is that 80,000, 80 million patch that we were talking about before? 80 more coal. A little bit of coal here. A little bit of better patch over there. A little bit here. Patches there. A little bit further away. Hole here. Here. So good explore. So ideally what we can do is clear out this area. So I need to come here and start cleaning these patches. Have a big nest around there. Well, it doesn't seem that big though. So, we have all of that. I think this one. Here we go up. And our my bots right over here. Now these guys are gonna come here. Yep. Go bullparts. Yeah. When I was facing biters before, I didn't have enough firepower. So I decided, well, what's better thing than having biters than to deal with those for us? So, yeah. We decided to kind of overdo a little bit on the fighter side. And it seemed that we are still overdoing a little bit. But I think those should be enough. And make fighter drone remotes and satellite view. remove. Hello. That's really good. Okay, you said, hey, you sir are gonna come over here. And oh, yeah, this is a really good tip. Thank you very much. This is very, very helpful. Let's see if our spiders are ready for that kind of view. Yep. And then they're... That's a lot of spiders tapping in things. Yep. Oh, actually, you know what? They're still using Mark III shields. Wow. Over here, we're making Mark IV, so we could ask them to come back and replace those shields, but yeah. Let's get these spider drones moving. I think the next one should be these guys over here. Let's see. Do they just... Yeah. Go, spiders! What are you doing? Shield points, 300, 1500 shields. You have everything you need to heal everyone up. Good. Next one is these spiders, and yeah, these are gonna be able to just go right through. And we have these nests and these nests that might be. You can also shift and click to queue up moves. Yep. I know that I can do that, but I'd rather, like for example, want these to go through this, stay a little bit, recharge. And then all that allowed the fire drums to keep a little bit tighter. Because if one is too ahead of everything, it's gonna get the bulk of the damage. Right now, I'm just gonna move you two over here. It's my spider. I don't know what type of those they are. Those are bullhorn spider drums. Have the main spider that is all shields. Yeah, mine one is. Well, every one of those are all shields. They're using rockets to deal the damage. So yeah, I should definitely replace these instead of these spider drums, or instead of these bullhorns are a lot lower. I could use just a regular spider drones. And the all biters attack the first target they see. The followers all lasers. Well, the thing that I realized with the lasers for the other ones is that with base exploration, the other... Oh, that's not good. Coronal max ejection, those are really not good. Okay, seems that everything is good. Yeah, with the space exploration, this portable RTG is not powerful enough to maintain a good power supply for the lasers. So that's why all of these are just using rockets to deal the damage. Oh, thing to use first. Go. There. Up here, we're good. Down here, we have these bays and these bays that we want to deal with. Here first. We have some 3 search. We have normal spider. Yeah, I have unlocked those, and I actually have automated those. Just haven't set them up. And since we already have these Bopard spidertrons, those are actually working well for us. So I'm just gonna keep on sending these guys. Yeah. May as well use them. Yeah. Let's have spidertrons over here. Get the work done for us. Good, good. Get them out of the acid. Now, where are we? We're over here. But these guys, and these. Then we can start moving one. So, even this one is going to be troublesome one. What? Okay. We have all of those over there. Let me bring them a little bit closer. And while that is happening, we have spidertrons over here. 10 of them. So. There was a way of importing and copying and pasting spidertrons. So logistics. Here we have rocket launchers. You're gonna be requesting it's 1,000. And then we do that same thing for all of them. You can copy paste logistics, slots grid, spider drop. Ow. Like that. Now, there's nothing for the grid, right? I know that we have portable RTGs somewhere around here. Over there. 4. And now we're like in a low distance. You have items in the inventory, you can make one spider, then copy the rest. If I say shields, would like to have some batteries on those, and also some of these. Here we're gonna have these, 4 of those, these, of those, and everything else will be shipped. Oh, would you look at that? Guys, okay. This instance. There we go. Really good, really good. Think of that. This is amazing. I don't have to copy and paste all of those. Now I know. So that I have automated these laser turrets. I don't think I have automated this one, personal laser defense. Definitely do that. So you're gonna make some of these. And we unload density structures. Yeah, Factorio is honestly all about learning any different tricks. Yeah. Hey, now I have 3 more spiders to move around. Yeah. Tell me about this. This is such a mess right now. This for more robot parts or gate than to have for the true superchargers. The thing is, for the superchargers, we need energy science 2 and material science 2. Both right now we don't have. Yeah, I should definitely look into at least these because this seems to be unlocking a lot. Compact beacon. In module slot at 75% transmission efficiency. Maximum. This space probe rocket. Space. There's a rocket silo for launching space probes. Or normal robot parts, and that's what I did for the longest time. Yeah. They're backing up right here. I had a lot of them right next to each other, but I removed them to open up some space for more stuff to be made. Just gonna have a little bit. These guys over here should help us out. The main flight path. Yeah, right now they're coming up here. Oh, because I probably don't have enough. Yeah. Green chips. Green chips are all of it. So that's why I wanted to move our base to somewhere. Like to have another main base. To start providing materials. Because right now, this is one, this is not well planned and well designed. And it has everything side by side. So there's a few things that I wanted to do, like for example, we don't have any alternatives for red circuits, but we have this one for blue circuits. It's really good. Even though it uses Homium, could be a little bit better. Just wondering how I'm going to integrate those two bases. If so. Yeah. Given the choice to at the start, to only ever build only one side of the bus, so can auto expand. Yeah. Not getting enough iron. the loading. And from here, we're not getting any iron from here. No, 0 iron. Because we completely clear out this. There's this much iron here. Quick one, 2, 3. We ended up using both sides. It was a mistake. Yeah. I did the same mistake here and built on both sides of the belts and then got a whole bunch of nothing set up. Okay, we need to start using this. What do we have here? We have a tiny biter base. And some more iron and some more iron and some another biter base. So this is going to be a good example of what we can use these guys for. So at least it's close. Yeah. I'm gonna use that. You don't have these. We don't have armor. We don't have personal batteries. Armor and some personal batteries. The batteries are over here. Stacks, please. Armor is over here. Please. Personal roll port and fill them with stuff and use them as builders. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to send them in a bot like that. Right now, I want to have a little bit of firepower. Have any more spiders? We have 3 more spiders. So, what I like to do is have one is going to be our main spider, and then these 2 are going to be our armor. So these ones are going to have 1 less of these. And these are going to be red. Spiders, white waters are the build team. Their mob tag on the spiders question when you don't have the items. Yeah, when I send it to this one, well, now they have everything. It said that it didn't have enough armor. Now I have too much of these armor, so I can set this back. These ones can get those. The legs over. Goes by. Here. Here's the legs. These. Oh. Have too many legs? Yes, we do. Thing is right now. Personal. Just have personal defense and batteries. So we need to make these and these automated. So let's get those in the way. One is going to be this one. Materials, and this one. Grab the materials. Have everything, and you should have everything once these are done. These can be just 1 stack. Don't need too many, and this can be 4 stacks. Because if we need to make another about 1, so this is going to be the main one. guys. You sir gonna have this one. And you are gonna be black one. So let me get another one of these guys. That. Good, good. Now, for the third one. We can set all of them to follow that guy. Everything's going. 4. Gonna have the first one soon, so you then follow that guy. You follow that guy. You follow that guy. One's you follow that guy. Nope. Stay there. Very much. You follow this guy. Follow that over there. You follow the guy. Oh, no. Follow the guy. You. Now let's see. They're following? Yep. You. What? Where the heck are you? Oh, this guy. Okay, now it's getting a little bit harder to select things. That. You that. That one. And hopefully I did everything right. And then this guy can just go. There we go. Everyone is that buddy. That guy's buddy. You can go like this. I know. You have another one. Oh. Empty one. Oh, there we go. And with that, and I get another one of these. Yes, sir. There we go. So we are missing the materials for these guys over here, so are you gonna cross any lakes or anything? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Don't see any more spider drones lost there. Have any other inventory? Nope. Good, good, good. Are they moving and grooving? Ooh, so good. So good. Oh, got it. Forgot. automatic ones aren't set up properly. Over here. Everglade. That's the kind of thing, like, I want to bring something like this set of Spidertrons to Everglade and then clear it out. I know this is going to be probably a session on its own. Just to clear those, but yeah. Two that we need. One of you. And then the other one is yours. You're gonna request this 200, and then you're gonna request construction and robot. This and one of them. There's that. And once we have all the robots here, you're missing 50, so there. And there as well. And that should mean that these Latino spiders are good to go. So you come over here. No, wait a second. Come back. The one we need. There's one thing that I want to make sure. I think that we're okay. So if I join into one, you're going to be using all of that with or without gunner, so this is okay. Now, the dealer ones or the nurse, whatever we want to call them, they need to be good things for us. So they're going to be using. So what they use to mine things is minerals. 50. No, this is probably going to be like 200. Let's make it 100. So then you're going to be needing some lights. 100 as well. Then the big mining drills. 100 of those. Oh, you're probably going to need power poles as well, so we're coming over here. Pulling around the power poles and lights. I think you're this one. We need the power poles. Yeah, 100 of these. And then 50 of those. And yep. So that way we can build everything, and then these can be used to bring the power along. Yep. And they're on the groundies. So that's enough. Going to request those as well. Okay. Let's not stay in the middle of those. Go away from our inventory. Everglade again. What are we missing? Batteries. Oh yeah, really? Struggling with batteries. pulling it over here. Here's our backed up. Doesn't matter, we don't have enough production. Let me just go over there and get a few more of we're talking about adding speed modules. We'll grab some more of those. Let's go. Right under here. Yep. Those are gonna go window down, and then here we are. This here. There we go. Now it's just a matter of getting enough iron plates. That is why we have our spider transform. Yay! How are you doing? And you? Okay, they all seem to have everything they need. Oh, you're zeroed with your iron plates. No. That can do. So I'm gonna send the bots to clear up those area up there. Probably gonna go myself. But I think I'm gonna be faster getting there than they are. Yeah. Even my current jetpacks are faster than them. Yay! At least that allows us to get some of those out. And I saw a little bit of material there. This is spreading things to come all the way to here. Deconstructing things. There works. More coming this way. Hello. Ready for spacing destination. That's for sure. And we need something better. You're gonna have some. Bye-bye. Well. Those taken care of. Good. Do we care about this 4K here? Probably not. And then these guys I can just there. This is happening. We have our gang here. I'm gonna send it all the way. Well, I'm pretty confident they should be able to just deal with these. Let's take a look before we send them into any base larger than this one. Yep, here comes the rockets. And here they go. So that means that I can just set these to be here. So we should be good to go. What? How? What? Wait. What? There we go. Electrons are good. Yep. Now the next one is going to be this one. So how they do this? And you can just send them straight here. Good, good, good. And since we're close by, let's do this. And there we go. Quickly, if we go here, you have quite a bit of rockets. So, if you're planning on clearing this area over here, there are spider drones right now, right over there. So, all the way to here. Then our two troops are going to join forces. So right now, I think the best way of setting this up is ourselves. Good setup. Train track for this. Oh, forgot about these guys over here. Okay. Hope that we can just deal with those. That means that we should be both of this. So how do we want to do this? I set this horizontally. I'm gonna have just a few lines, so I think I'm probably gonna do this vertically. This. Go. Here, what I'm using is this big miner. Some things south. Yep. Now we need more of these to connect everything together. Go. That means that when you connect these two, thing is going to start moving and grooving. What are we missing here? Igniters. So let me go back to where spider trons are getting. North. Go south. Spider trons. You just gonna do something like this. You gonna do something like that. And off they go. Let me clear these bases around here since we're already there. here. So much better. Yep. Yeah, the previous one are called bullhorns. Spidertrons. They are from Spidertron tiers. They are intended to be a tier before the vanilla Spidertrons. So that's why they are so much slower and they have so less uh, logistic grids, inventory grids. And this is actually the vanilla one, close to the vanilla one as we can get. No, actually this is actually the vanilla one. And if I had the right portable RTGs, so this is going to be a little bit more complicated. What I'm going to do is grab these guys, ask them to come over here. I'm going to send them first, and then once they invite the biters over, we can have them say hello. But while that is happening, I need a lot more on these big throws. So let's try to set those up. There we go. Now, the way that we're setting this is, now we're going to set it this way. Like so. These guys are gonna have both the iron and next one. So what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna take care of this one first. When I spider clear, I either have lots of armor on the first spider and just plow into the base and do the smart method of making them walk circles around by slowly getting closer. Yeah, definitely tried that though. Or, yeah, we already started getting some of those. Oh yeah, they having acid deal with them? Yeah, that's not a big fan of that. Throw these. There we go. Even if you cover the patch. Yeah, they're still getting damaged by that. No, no, not a rabbit. Let's see if we can clear those out, shall we? Oh, this is gonna be good. No. Go. Will work. From here. Then we're going to be coming from here. There we go. These guys I can just send them right through. When they're getting closer, I'm gonna And these guys to support them. That. Yep. Now we just need these guys to recover. And their ones are so much better than just send them in and get out. Yep. Again, they have better shields, so it's okay with them. Get these closed. Bit until they recharge. While that is happening, send these guys over here. Yep. And then you guys just have your fun over there. Get out of there. Good, good, good. Yeah, these guys can send out to clear almost everything. But now I need them to come and help us build. You know. Oh. Since we have these guys over here. I'll say hello. Builds are within that group. I wonder if they have bots and repair kits. They should have though. Let me clear this path here. Chat. So they have construction and logistic bots and repair packs. So they should be good too. And everything. I mean, even gears? Okay. Why do they have gears? I thought that the logistic bots are needed for repairing the bots, but in hindsight, no, it doesn't need it. So, okay. No, those are okay. And Fuji's waiting for that one. You don't need it. Yeah. You can just send the construction bots and that. Everything should be fine. Another. Those here. Should be good to go. They're logistic commands. They're handled by the roboports. They're in range. Yeah. Where are you? No. Where are you? Those ones are going there. These ones are over here. Thought that I saw some more. Oh, there's some fighters over here and there. Here you are. Explosive. So these guys are coming here. That one. Here. All of those. So here. Here. this. So, it seems that I'm gonna have to be the one to bring everything together. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 over here. We're gonna merge here. The 8 to 4 and then 8 to 4 and send the 8 lines down there. Yep, this is like a good idea. So one of these is gonna be here. Similar one to here. Okay, then this one is going to be here. One, two, three, four, 8. Here then. Go. We have 2 more here. Good. Done. Right. So the problem with these ones, we have the 8 lines going in this direction. Then we have a little balancer. Right here. And here we have 8, 4. This one. Oh, hello. Petersons are already here. Now we're talking. Power setup. Inking placed. Hopefully they won't last more. Good, good, good. setup. No. The same over here. Yep. Everything to here. That is happening. Electrons was out. One. These being placed down. They're on the way. Yep. Okay, now. Second one. Shoot. Those. This. One. And go to here. There we go. Oh, no getting. No, this is right. These in place. That. And then something here. Underground these. And break our bells. That's 4 and 4. Now we just need to like this. Right. Down. Yep. 2 of these. Now, where do we want to go? This way? What was it? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. Okay. All good, all good. Everything is up to here. the roboport. Robot for us. And it seems that we're already out of undergrounds. So, what happened around here? We need to join this. This. That. There we go. We have any release? No, doesn't seem like it. But Predators can get it. They're probably faster than I can. Here are. Down here. All the way to there. Let's keep on planning these guys. So I have something like this now. Expecting this to come over here. Two more of these should be good. I'm waiting on one more. Yep. Just where things get together. First one, so you do something like this. Oh, should turn everything here and then spread them down there. This. There. Good. Do the same thing. No, not the same thing. We need to be. And or turning things around. Here. One. This one. There you go. Second one is connected. Reach. This. That. first one here, the second one is over there, third one is here, fourth one is here. Go. This one. Here. One. Here. Good. Here, and the last one is all the way to the end. Nope. Now with all of that set up, few things that we can still do. Closer and oh hello. It's already doing the work for us. Good, good, good. Let's go back to the start of the base and grab some more materials. Oh, actually, everything else. I'm gonna just send the bots to the Phytotrons. Oh, we'll deal with those. Make things a lot easier. We're getting some. Batteries lighting up and okay. Now those should be all good. Just coming over here and say, hey, what we need there. That was on. Bringing everything that they need over here. Just looking to see if they're not going to be trying to cross any lakes. Nope. And as they have the undergroundies, they have mining drills and everything. Good, good, good. This is missing. This. Okay. This is a full, not a full, but once this is a blue belt, then this production is probably going to be better. Phytotrons, how are things going? The builders are moving down forward. Or are they low on corn? Maybe? Okay, doesn't say anything. So let's keep on going. There's so many undergroundies. This one. Oh, hello. The other one's already pushing things around. Oh, and we're still missing 10 undergrounds. No! Good. One of these here. They're missing, that's expected. Soon, very, very soon. I'm starting to see some lights over here. Oh, hello. Look at that. And the steel blades are going to be coming out here. Huh? This is iron plates, not steel. And here are some output. Get our base starting again. Nice. Now we need any of these. Already have those. I'm gonna send the bots that way. How are they doing now? Just waiting for the undergrounds. Yep. Okay, that's gonna alleviate some of the issues that we're having. We're not getting any red chips. Blue ones though. These guys. Green chip is the ingredient. Those were just updated over here. Install tablets though. Electrons are ready. Those up. Nose. Nope. This should everything be. Let's see. What else would it do? We need to go for the next zero science. Take over here. Rounds. Have a look. Good, good, good. Have this for else. Starting to get feeling there as well. Here. Where they're going to be testing video. Come over here. Move it the other side. So, continue for going through. Getting warmed up. You're thinking, is it possible? Start looking for the next iteration of lines. Expanding your production area. Go. talking about the next science on the blue one. So these need comprehensive astronomic catalog and aeroframe scaffolding. Okay. Here. Comprehensive one. Front. Radio wave, gamma ray, dark matter, and negative dark matter, negative laser, radiometrics. These deal with the junk data cards. This is crap as well. Yeah, I'm gonna start on the next session because I don't think I'm gonna have enough time for this today. We start building on towards this end of the belt of the floating island. Probably stretch this a little bit further. So the plan for the next session is starting into remaking our sciences here, because the way that they are set up right now is not scalable and it's actually not well organized. So we're gonna do that again, but better, but in a way that's gonna work. So I'm gonna start with these ones, and for these we're gonna need a ton of coal, glass, steel. The steel I'm not gonna bring from the base. I'm gonna use from the ones that we have here. So let's start setting some basic infrastructure here. So we need coal, we need glass. Here we're gonna bring in the oil. I think I'm gonna set the oil processing first. I think that makes sense. If we were to make oil, it's gonna be similar to what we were using before, with something like these, but instead of being just one next to each other, I'm gonna make it in such a way that this is styled. So this is getting water and crude oil. So the first thing is that we're gonna need is water and crude oil. So water and crude oil. Now I'm gonna set this. Because we're gonna send some things kind of like this. But let's just replace all of these with the proper setup. Where do we want to do this? Really don't want to replace these right now. I want to complement this. How are we gonna do? Yeah, over here we don't have a lot of room. Those right now I'm gonna do. real quick. Delete these. Way, this way. Oh, there you go. I'll shorten this a little bit because I don't need this much right now. This here, there, and there as well. Continue. So removing all that can allow us to do other things around here. I'll bring the ports up here. Where can we add those? Because this is going to use quite a lot of space. So ideally, we should turn the bus downwards. I'm being used right now. Well, all of these can go bye-bye. Once all the way to here, and this last one. There we go. Here it is. Turning this bus around. Not good. With the amount of things that we're making. Here we have glass. Here we will have something different than this. Main bus itself. At least this is backing up. How are we doing on red chips? Yeah, we're definitely lacking on the green chips. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that I wanted to address on new base. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do, because this is not going to be able to support our demands in the future. Let's start a new base. Yeah, between today and the next session, I'm going to start a new base on that area that we cleaned up. Right over here. We have plenty of ore and iron patches. We have some good stone patches down here, right? Coal over here, coal. Out there we had another coal somewhere. Coal, stone. Yep. What we gotta do? That the answer for that is more spider trunks, right? So I'm gonna make a construction spider trunk. Just a single one. And while that is happening, where are the other ones? The other ones are here. So we're going down here. Here's a good place. We cleared most of that area. Now we need to clear all of these. We want these patches. That one going down, down there. Let's go with this one. There's still, we can still tap, even tap on this one. There's plenty of oil there. Let's oil here, here. We go this way, having these oil nodes that we can tap into it as well. Probably gonna cover up these over here, this lake over here. Yeah. So you are gonna be white one, and let's see, gray. We want you to have, yeah, so nice for rockets. 1,000 ones. Maybe 2, 4, 6, 800, and then another one on the trunk. Trunk is not that big, but yeah, that at least is gonna give us enough material so if anything happens, this bot can handle itself. So you are going to be needing, right? On your grid and get 2 of these. 2 of these. Yep. And 2 of those. And this guy we want lights. Lights. Yep. No. Oh, hello. That's what I'm talking about. The global ports. And what I end up doing is one of these. So yeah. And these there have 8. Here we're gonna request. Go this. Go those. And we're going to be making another base. What we're going to be needing there. The first thing we're going to be doing is rid of these. Rid of those. Rid of these. We start adding some mining drills. Mining drills. This one we're gonna have 300. Yep. This is full. Getting there. Some more power bots. This is still charging up. Okie dokie. No, this is not charged. Charging first. Okay. What are we doing? 0 power. So it seems that the red circuit's the one that we're missing. This is on the space. Anything that we're missing here on the space. make some more of those. Oh, we are building. It's a matter of getting petrol. I mean, heat shooting is going to be the next one that's going to be missing. Oh, fun, fun, fun. On the new base, I'm going to be able to mass produce these guys and then mass produce capsules and the cargo sections. So, you're requesting a lot of things. You're just missing protocols. You're not missing those. So, I think for now, I'm gonna connect that base. Good question. I think right now what I'm going to do is come in over here. We're gonna do a little sneaky. All of these, all of those, and some more of these. Here right now, I'm just gonna you. And do this. Nope. Labor our balls. Oh. These as well. Next, these. More of these are always good. More parts can we pressing 40 tops. 40. More, good. Underground, these are always welcome. There we go. Starters and connect power. Here. This is 30 on reach. This is 64 on reach. So these pylons are actually better on taking the power on long distances. So what to do is take those off. We can have C from those. These pylons, so that's the one that we're looking for. There we go. And Fuji, you can deal with it. And that's excellent. So this is where we're planning on starting. Then we can start bringing some of these materials down. I think. Could we? Yeah, it's been a while since I wanted to design a better city block. And I think that's going to be something that we're going to be doing on the next section. I want to have a better city block that we can put things together a lot easier. So I'm gonna make a very larger city block than the one that we're using right now. And I'm gonna add it. So I think what we can do is just, oh, actually, this is the most southern point that we have. So, come on. Okay, now we brought power potentially from here all the way in there. So, let's go. We have the panels on ourselves. Let's see if we can start getting some production lines. Well, not production lines, but at least the basic setup. Let's start with the miners. Yeah. Here is the southwest corner. Go. The other one is here. Good, good. Those panels are really, really stretching. Why not? Why do we have no power? Power over here. Oh no. There we go. Ooh, but if we got this one, it's gonna be a lot harder. Oh, you can always track down where the pylons are going, so powered up. There we go. Get rid of that cliff. Thank you very much. What? Come on. Nope. One. Third. I think we're probably almost finishing with the pylons. Still going. And we're done. Okay, so now we have all of these patches. We need to deal with them. In. I think what I'm going to do right now is first order of business. That stone that's under here is 30 million stone, almost 40 million stone, and this is going to be just for land. Right position, right? Nope, we already passed it. So let's say here. One. Oh. Your areas. Yeah, so that. Stone properly placed. Okay, why you not? Okay, last one not happy. Gotta keep on going back and forth. I don't understand why you're doing those things. Balance over here. We need some business. There we go. We have everything yet? I have everything now. Can go bye bye. Thank you very much. Palos over there. It gives power to those. There we go. Now everyone should have power. Yep. Robots are still not happy. Like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So do 5 to 4. Go. Second one is done. Here and this is here. Good, good. Go. Second one and the last one. So that should be all for those 4 lines. Thank you very much. Now, let's make those into landfills, shall we? Well, yeah. Let me get those landfills first. If we were to do something like this. Seconds. 100 cent. This. Those are going to be the same for here. There we go. Everything needs to be something like this. Going up. And that's first one. This one, so. Do I need room for that? Why are you going crazy? Oh, because we have too many construction blocks. Have we too many construction blocks? No, we do. Do that. There we go. Ah, those are driving me crazy. Get rid of this. Go. This way. There we go. Okay, now those have what do they need? Hard as well. Have power over there. Lines you've been built. Clear this out. Okay, this couple more times. There we go. And with these, what I'm going to do is this and this way. And this way. Reverse. Oh, good. And we make those inserters as we can. Make two of those. Oh, we need a lot more than 2. Okay, we need 15 and 50. Back up there. Another copper patch. Really could use another one of these. Here. And just go over. There we go. There are the other fighters. This is the Booper ones. And here they are. We wanted to clear this area, which is clear. Go back to these guys over here. Nope. So. Let's clear out these nests. Good. Yep. Gonna get away from us. Got it right into the one. Nice damage. And here, got a first block getting damage. And there it goes. Other spider from fixing their problems. Nice. There's one friendo helping the other. Good, good, good. Get rid of these two bases. There we go. Going around, see how that's gonna go. Spider comes, this strategy actually works. Previous ones, the bulwark ones, nope. And this is where we want to start. And here's the thing, if I bring the ore, I can just expand the ore collection and just keep on bringing the materials. If I need to bring the materials, then I need to keep on expanding ore production. Yeah, that's not good. Here we can grab another one of these. Here. Okay, there's already something that needs to be removed. No. Any more commodity spider trunks? Yeah, let's clear that nest over there. These two, and maybe we can do it. We blend into this one. Do this one and that, and those. The one is coming. Wait. Good one. And here's the first one. Good. Yeah, I think for now this is gonna be enough. Working. This here. There are two legs that need to be dressed in. Cool. All of that. This heading up. Anything else? Repowered. Murdered. And that. And there we go. Land fuel ready for us. I think I'm gonna opt in for the bringing the ores, because that way I can sort things out and then reorganize things better. So, plan is to one of these, and now I'm gonna use pylons to charge all of these. Because then the next one can say, these are great. Just come, pull the power in and say, hey, you know what? Here's some power for you. So this is gonna make building a lot cleaner. we need to take care of the trains. So this is going to be interesting. Here we go. Really? There we go. Base. Oh, hello. Go. What does the block that we're going to be used to be at least 3x3? Second logistic one done. I'm going to integrate the rails to this. So I'm going to go into this mode. I'm using something like this. I mean, I have something like this. So, the train tracks, one on each way, is going to be enough. To do this. This, that means we're going to have that as well. This is gonna get too complicated. So, good afternoon, JP. It's been a long time since we've seen you around here. How is it going? We're trying to play around with train tracks. Trying to design kind of a city block around them. If this is the best way around. Could bring this a little bit closer. Here, no, there's the new one. Let's finish building a shelf. Okay. A good one. A pre-made shelf or a handmade shelf? And then another handmade shelf. Oh, ever. But it's really interesting to see how that's gonna play out. Perfect. Yeah. What is it gonna get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119 those are cool. 5 in a box. Yep. Getting a proper storage environment there. A way of setting that. Oh, this is messy. This is really messy. So trains coming in here should be able to go to either here and there or straight. Hmm. These are coming here. They should be able to do this. What? No. Try that again. Wait. Here, here, and here. If you want tip, make the double track gap wider. You'll thank me later. Oh, the space between the tracks. This one, right? Instead of just one. This. This is the first one. And the second one we added here. So maybe over here. Okay. Pick it up what I'm putting down. So this is where around here. 3 gaps. 1, 2, and then oh, so it needs to be a little wider. Go. 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth one's gonna be here. This is work well. I hope. Here's gonna be something like this. So the idea is that it's coming in here. Go this way. Here can go this way. Go down. Go like this. Jump like that. Those can actually go like this. This is where things get tricky. Because I'm doing all of these to have that center spot. Edges a little bit different. I'm gonna go this way, and you can signal better sometimes. You can use perfect lines. You need small diagonal in the middle of the band. Okay. Starting from here. 1, 2. Have a diagonal in the middle of the band. "45", 2 tracks, then 45. On this side. Then I have 2 disc tracks and this. And where's that? I can do something like this. And yeah, that's basically the same. One less in the middle, then grab the whole thingy. Similar to what I did here. So I have one in the middle and then 2 corners. That's not exactly what I had before. This doesn't. Well, this actually. Oh. Oh. Let's try the 90-degree again. If I have this set up. Oh yeah, the 90-degree also has one in the middle. Okay. 2. These ones can come up. These ones can go down here. This is where it gets spooky. This is where it needs to be. This way. Go here and there. housing, right? These ones can go here. This is going this way. Who's going to be exiting? Yep. Exciting. This is going up. This is going this way. Down. So actually, this probably this as well. Going up. This going up. What is going on down here? This is most likely to be symmetrical. Not all this confusing. Out. This is going up. This can be like this as well. So this wants to go down. This is going to have to be something like this. Oh boy. Okay. Pretty simple, pretty easy to follow. Nothing too complex. Okay. This is the case. Or that. There's out of the way. Next sections are like house bricks. We'll never need it next junction. Those are like house bricks. Oh, so you're not joining them into X, you're just joining them into T's, right? And that's probably going to make a lot more sense. They're offset. Yep. See what you mean there. Mm-hmm. What? Six. Better trains My base need more trains. There's suddenly be more rockets and less trains. I could start using rockets to send from things from side to side to the planet. I'm not that good with trains, and that's one of the. That's why I'm trying to make a little bit of an exercise here. Trying to make a junction. That can connect two lines. Thank you. I'm probably gonna need some luck with that. Can you send from one place to another on the same planet? Yep. You just need to have the right name on the landing pad, and then just send it over. The only caveat with that is sending the materials for those. It uses a lot of fuel. Yeah. This space is like 4K fuel. And in here is like 50K, something like that. Just to send it to another planet. This one has been on 70K. So if we go just for novice to novice orbit, it's 50K. So yeah. Be upset. To leave nervous, but I never tried to send one around the same planet. Cross nervous 40 Mikey. Yeah. That's a lot of fuel. I don't think I'm gonna need. Just thinking if I could do 2 or 3. A lot of fuel, not worth it usually. Yeah. This offset might be better. Had some troubles there. Where my base is at the moment. I always consider it though. Lots of fuel and less trains would be loved. Yeah, you are getting rid of your trains, and here I am trying to get more trains into my base. Can you go again? that. Coming from there. Coming from here, there. This is just one coming out. You need to have some this. Okay, so I want to do this. Okay. It actually. This is in, so this can only go this way. And here it can only go that way. Yeah. Autosave? Go. Here. This. Trains coming in here. Go down here. Or go down here. These are going down. These are going up. They're going up here. They can only go this way here. Or that way there. Here, there. That way. Oh. This as well. Okay. Now they seem to be okay-ish. Question is, can this be here? Okay, now we're talking. The whole idea of these exercises is to have these things here in the center. Okay. Things coming in here can up, 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 bottom, bottom, up, bottom, bottom. And here, up, here. Up. Here, or either way. Yep. I think that's going to be our intersection. It's going to be something like this. Oops. And I need to signal all this. So first things first. Oh, this is gonna go bye-bye. As we can. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build this first. Right now it's just an hypothesis. Now we need to go back to base where we have the materials to do such a thing. Collect them and then say, hey, let's have everything. One entity need bots. No. We're going over there. This is going. Okay. Actually going well, it seems. Do we have everything? Seems? No. Oh. Staying on the other side. Oh, okay. This is still really a lot of things. Oh. The whole area down here is already set up. Good. Good, good, good. And we're probably going to have to do the same here. Okie dokie. So, I'm going to leave that right now. That's change. That's a fun. Good. Nope. No bots taking this away from us. Those. I think just the legs are already draining too much power from the spider clone. Ah, good. Oh, for now it should be fine. Now, let's have some fun, shall we? Let's see, where are we gonna do that? First, train tracks. Those. And a few train stations. Signals. Train signals. Around. And we're gonna need some trains. Just to experiment with all of these. And some fuel. I think they can really process fuel though. But the good thing is that we have a little bit of a stock. So get away from this area over here and start building that up. We're gonna go down here and already start cleaning some of those thingies down there. So on our rail signal usually is on the mega base. Let's see. Intersection. these things as well. Robots. Now we're talking about those and those and those. Very much. From the previous way. Oh. Okay. This thing, this. This thingy. So let's take a look and see what signals are here. I have a rail signal in, and then you have a rail out. So chain in, rail out. Okay. If you were to make something like this. Powered. Why? Now, starting to get a little bit spooky. No. Chain in. This is rail. Chain. Right. Have a chain coming over here. Oh no. Here. Right segment. Here, there, and there. Almost 200 fusion bucks. Oh, nice. Not having to worry about power anymore for those. So good. And here, so coming in there. Here, and go out, go there. Why? In. Here. Proportions a little bit too big. Personal robots? What? I'm repairing all those personal robot parts. Just wondering if this should work a little bit further. Probably first use charge fusion bats, then use all power in 2 minutes takedown. I need to refuel. Do it all again. Oh yeah. Imagine if we were just have an RTG, the roboports, and then two personal batteries. Well, with these, oh yeah, both don't need to recharge. Then what do you need the roboports for? Coverage area. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, JP is using. Where's that? I know that he can meet the link for that. The Fusion Roboports mod. So it uses one RTG or variation of that RTG. And then they don't need to use those to create the bots, so they don't need to be recharged anymore. So it's a little bit slash a lot more expensive to craft the robots, but then they don't need to be recharged. Yeah. Pretty nifty mod over there. All that we need. Cut this off. Action. Good. Signals. All this for now. Reactor keeps port charged, but not bots. And means 20 can have 500 bots. I need that. Yeah. I'm not. That's one of the things I was talking. I was thinking the other. Oh, no. One of the things that I was thinking the other day that we could do is having a one playthrough where the viewers can use either bits or the Litecoins to say, hey, install this mod, or if they are safe enough, remove that mod. That would be a lot more damaging to the playthrough, but seems like a good way of having a lot of confusion and a lot of messiness on the stream and the playthrough. Yeah, I still need to set up the podcast for the Discord and everything else. Here, these, making up to those. Or perhaps you're skipping the recharge by picking them up. Picking up a flame bot instantly really recharge them. You're handy when you have a lot of build and no power. Yeah, I do that sometimes when you have that little halo of bots around you. But yeah, what KP's saying is something completely different and a lot more fun. This is our current intersection. Particularly game when you have bad armor. Yep. Here what we have is no bots, please. Do we not have enough? Oh, we don't have enough. Trying to see if I can have one bot going through all of these. Oh, if we go around, it's centered. Connection ports are not going to be reaching out. Not good. Let me try something else then. These things here. This as well. And right there. Yep. And then this. More things to collect here. Yep. Good. So. Have some. Yep. Where to place things like there. Yep. Oh, this, oh, it's there. Okay, so just make sure that it's placed correctly, and then shall we? Perfect. Might give a little bit of trouble. Yeah, even there, it doesn't fit into one another. Yeah. This actually doesn't work. Nah. So it seems the problem with this is that this is too close, so this one, instead of being here, it needs to be here. Gonna be this. These ones. No. This. Go. Go. Coming to here. Up. Me. Area. Oh, maps. That's the beauty of having those. Here, going up. Oh no. Okay. Any ports, one reactor, no batteries, cool shades. Yep. That's how it grows. Let me grab some more train tracks. So we're missing those. Hey, Life of Steel, how's it going? Have you been playing Factorio for long, or as me, you're still learning the ins and outs of everything? Or no biters? Actually, we have biters. These guys over here. But since we have experienced Factorio player, so I'll take any hints and tips that you can give me. What I did is I activated the pacifist mode. So the biters don't bother us if we don't bother them. Yeah, these actually for this I have 13,000 hours on playtime this playthrough. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean when you're saying that you love this game. It's always great to see another Factorial over here. Go those for us, please. 3, 2, 1, gone. Hey, Lifesteal, how's it going? Thanks for following, and I hope you get all the tips that you're gonna give us, help us have our life a little bit easier, because trains are hard. Have you dealing with a lot of trains, or is just me that just for me that the trains are hard? Really looking forward to seeing what others are playing around with. JP has been giving us a lot of hints and tips. You're playing vanilla? Yep. I did a few playthroughs of vanilla. I like to add a little bit of bots here and there just to spice things around. Like it keeps the game fresh. That works or something. I applaud you. I applaud you because, as you can see, I don't really deal with a lot of the biters. Like more of the building aspect of Factorio, so I can have them just chilling out there. It's fine. But yeah, I would definitely need to try a Death World just to be out of my comfort zone one day. Belts and inserters all the way. Yep. Those are lovely. Some things are not right here. Go this way. I'm confused right now with my own train tracks. Not a good sign. Place my sack with normal biters. Been more than 40 hours cleaning Narvis. It was hard. Yeah, that's something that I need to do. Really looking forward to. Well, now that we have proper Spidertrons that can deal with the biter bases, could potentially have a a working session or a session we're just going to town on them. See, where are our spiders? Right over there. Let's start cleaning some of the bases there. That world would be a lot worse. Yeah, I can't even begin to imagine how messy or how complicated that would be. Even though the biters, the pacifist biters, always has some troubles here and there. And here, this can go this way. Yeah, so this is going up. This is going this way. This can actually be this way. Let me try something here. Because right now I'm making this too more complicated than it needs. Chain signals. Can you show me the difference between other versions of Spidertron with mods? Sure. So, let me just put it here. And let's go back to the base. We have a few Spidertrons over here. These guys are the Bookwork Spidertrons. I think we have some over here. So I have two Spidertron mods. One is called Spidertron Tears. So, for the Spidertron Tears, we have what they call the prototype Spidertron. This is really early on, and I like this mod specific for this kind of Spidertron, because if you start in a very dense forest, moving around is a nightmare. So with things that you can get really early on the game, you can get a Spidertron up and running. It's just to get away from the trees. They have a tiny bit of inventory space, like you have 2x4 equipment grid, so it's not that you're going to be equipping a whole lot of things. So this is the start. And then you have basically two forks. The Assault Spidertron, there is more attacky one, and you have the Bulwark Spidertron. So the idea is that the Bulwark is to move around and get more inventory space. Like this has 20 items in storage. And the Attack Spidertron is to deal with the biters. So you have Mark 1 and Mark 2s for both the Assault Spidertron and the Bulwark one. And then you also have the Scout Spidertron Mark 1 and 2. They are more towards legs and raiders, so you can really move around. And you have the Voyage, that's basically having a lot more storage to move their base around. So these are a little bit more complex ones. But all of these are basically before the vanilla spider. And then you have the spider in this is all Spider-Man, yeah. And then you have the progression to get to the bigger Spidertrons. You have Spidertron marks -1, 0, and then the Spidertron itself, and then Mark 2 and Mark 3. These, as they say it's here in the description, can take a nuke to the face and equipment grid for days, like 120 storage inventories and a grid that's 20 by 10. So you can equip a lot of things and carry a lot of things in inventory space. The problem is that this doesn't work well with the space exploration. And that is because I tried to automate that one. And to make these Mark II, we need the Spidertron. And that's a really cool thing. Like, you use the -0 to get the 0, and then the 0 to get the Spidertron, and the Spidertron to get the Mark II. But it needs the portable fusion reactor. And in space exploration, they replace it with these portable RTGs. You still have the portable fusion reactor, but that's unlocked later on the tech tree. Yeah, this is the space exploration. Like for the... Let's get something simple. An inserter, for example. Right? The inserter in this mod uses this single cylinder engine. What you need is a recipe change. Give me a second. Okay. So the inserter burner uses this single cylinder engine. And then you have single cylinder engine, multi-cylinder engine, small electric motor, big electric motors. Have more steps to get to more complex things. Like the flying robot frames now uses this big electric motor, so you need to have more things built to get to where you are. And then not only extends the complexity of the base game, but it decreases it. I don't know how much more it can increase to, but yeah, you get your planet, you get your orbit, and you get your solar system with your sun, and then you go into several solar systems, all of which will have planets with resources, and then you can travel between those. So it adds a lot more complexity, but that's complexity, extend the gameplay, but it's a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun. Those we set one off. This is out. Can you change the fill lines in data.lua? Okay. I'm gonna take a look into that. It's rather straightforward. The thing is, in reactor, we are actually gonna unlock the portable fusion reactor. So I don't want to change too much, but I might change it for that specific Spidertron just to get a little bit more, because the other Spidertron, this one that we're trying to unlock, this will gonna make life so much easier. We can use it for both attacking and driving around and building, because it has a lot of inventory space. So even though when we're flying to orbit or another planet, Not going to be that helpful, but the idea is that you just look for something you can make that's similar in cost. Use space caps. Yeah. But I think the way that it's designed, instead of using these the portable fusion reactor, I could just use the portable RTGs. They're already kind of expensive because they use 50 processing units and 50 low density structures. So yeah, maybe you just need to balance it in this mod itself. This in, this out. Yeah, I think the way that it's set up, that is what it feels like it should be. This is going up, and this is going down. Okay, this, I'm just adding this to make sure that it's easier for me to see where everything is going towards. So 90 equal. This is going up. And go up. So and go down then. Down and this way. We're going to solve this one. We're going to solve for this one. This is going this way. And you can go this way. Go that way. And this is, since this is going that way. Here. And there. This is going this way. So go right. And go here and there. There and there. This is going up. Going this way. That way. So it can theoretically go here and there. There. This is going this way. Up. And this is going right. So here, there, here. Okay, not confusing at all. Now, we have all of these here. We have some. Here. But that's probably going to be better to do. What did I have? Here? Going. Taking the yeah, better. Here. Okay, so I have something like this. For this. Got this being out there. A little bit. Yeah, the only thing that I've heard is that having something like a roundabout like this would cause the trains to crash into each other. Would crash them into themselves, more to the point. But this is going to be a single center portion is going to be a single section. I don't think that's going to be too much of a trouble. But as a not professional on trains, this has the light chains of just blowing on my face. Again, I wasn't trying to make I wasn't trying to make the next section. I was thinking about the T section. Well, let's try to this, and this is going to be that. And your icon seems a little bit offset. That was here. Nope, doesn't seem like it. were to come here and paste this thingy. Cannot. Oh, because they are kind of offset due to the tracks. Okay. And of course it's not centered, because then if I rotate it, this happens. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm gonna fix. Okay. I think honestly, I don't know if I can fix this because this is offset. Unless I redo this all over again, won't be able to do it. So, let's try that again, shall we? Copy this thingy. This is gonna be base. Robo ports. Actually, that. These, what I wanted to do is I try to offset this, not gonna work. If you were to copy closer there. Yep. Oh yeah, these are centered. Here's the tracks. Hello. Blueprint layer on the floor. Nope. Need that one. Yep. Actually. Three. Four. These means that this is centered. 4. Maybe something like that. Okay, but the idea is that we are not going to be taking a X junction. I'm going to make a P junction. Okay, so here. You're gonna get signals, in signals, and then the other one rail signal. In and in, out and out. Right. In and in. And out and out. This is going to be out here. This is going to be in here. This is coming up. So if this is coming up, it can only go this way. This is going up, so we can go. This is going to the right. Okay. This is coming way. This way. These guys can go together. This. Okay. Good, looking good. This is going this way. This is going out. So this can go this, and this can go like that. Okay, so if everything is right, you'll be able to cross all this. Okay. We rotate this. Sure. Deal with this. Yep. This theoretically can work. Off here. And start getting up our initial base. Throw all these. Go bye-bye. This is going to be our T intersection. You. This one, we're going to go bye-bye. E9. I'm going to go bye-bye as well. Okay, robots, come to us. There we go. Oh, alright. We already have 0 power on ourselves. but it's okay. Where we were. We're looking to start a base over there, so. Hello. There we go. I don't have space. Can find some space for you. Like that. No. Start setting some train station as well. Getting some of this material. Sort this first. And we have plenty of oil here. There. And if needed be, we still have these other nodes that we can into. So I'm gonna start with the basics. Right now, I'm going to take all of these off. This area. First thing we need is so. Start with you. You need to. No. Here, we're going to have to filter out the copper, stone, and all those. Okay. Getting some power back. Good, good, good. That's all that we needed. Need to do is come over here. We have the pylons to bring the power in. Those miners place down. Good, good. Always touch them twice. And toggle this one. Recharge for that. Here we're gonna have something like that. Right together. And So this one, do we have any one of these redstone? Nope. So it's just copper here and there. Yeah. That's one of the things that I was looking into the other day. I say a playthrough where all the ores are mixed together. So you have coal, and the next one next to it is iron, and then you have uranium, and then it's all cobbled together. It is really looking like a good challenge to go through. But I think once you set up some basic mining and have something like this, then yeah, this can be sorted out pretty easily. Okay. Sorting out, put these two together. Those stone. Have the stone. Copper up there. We'll do something different. Here I'm just going to use this to support. Filter stone on the right. Yeah. There we go. This one is filtering coal. The same as this one. I am too. One of these things here to filter coal. Isn't have one of these. One was filtered out by those. With this one thing. Oh no. You already get some coal here. Just one. But enough to bring one of you. One, two, three more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Gonna load this into a train. So 7, 2, 4. This. Here. One. There we go. Hold them like that. Nope. Okay. One mistake. Okay. And here we have the first one. Move it this side. What do we have here? Oh, right now we just have guys making those. One, so theoretically send you this way. Clear this out. Go, go, go. And that's it. Good? Yeah. Good. One's gonna be here. I'm gonna go this way. And then you use this area. The robots are okay. Always a lot of things drop around. Okay, so start with we have a intersection here. And from here and down. That I start over here. One of the baseball boards right there. Copy this right over. Here. Dealt with. Those two. Here. Okay, right. Do this one. Here. Outs. Go. Okay. Neat. Why am I doing this? Because I wanted to have this and goes to cut as many different sections as you can using chains. Yeah, this is where I get confused because when I try to, because this is one big section here, and then I was trying to cut this into smaller pieces. Like, oh, hey, this is going like that. Hey, now this cannot divide segments. Is because I need one of these signals as rail signals. Now they're in the same square. This is thing that's divided, but this is not. This is where I get. Now this is working. So I added this thingy. Center square chain left and right doing the same way. Center square chain. Left and right going the same way. This is going the same way as this one. This is actually going from here to here. Here are legs. Need to come over here. This way, but I can't divide it over here because it needs to be divided over this side. Here. Yeah. Might have to do a little multiplayer section so we can sort this out because it's gonna be a lot easier. Well, actually, probably gonna read more about how the chain signals and signals work between this session and the next one. Because yeah, this is gonna be a bit. Then I want to have this, that, and I also want to have then and here and there. Do the blueprint? Yeah, sure. Oh. Now what I'm looking for is this. String. In your way. Here. That one. Here we're gonna have some alert. We'll allow the train to change from one lane to the other. Need it? Have another section, sort of like this. This one, that one. Here starts the fun for the landfill. right now what I can do is just grab all of these over here, grab here, increase the size real quick. These robots. Here. Yep. Okay. No. And we're out. Emma. Charge. Okay. Feels again. The bots. You don't have any inventory space. Should be fine. So, really happy that I had this thingy. Make a lot easier to get landing over here. And stack is done. Definitely drop down some of these things. And I'm just gonna this box. We're gonna get these, those. Nope. 1,000. That's a lot better. Close this gap. Good. Now we're talking about. Perfect. Now, I think with that, I'm gonna stop this session right around here. So there's still a few things that we need to do regarding train stations and getting everything loaded and unloading properly. But hopefully between this session and the next one, we're going to have enough time to go through some of those, experiment a little bit, come up with a game plan, and then start looking into sending some more materials up to space. But, well, that doesn't happen. I'll still keep on pushing some of these materials over here. We can have enough real estate to build whatever we would like to. Done. Two more to cover that one. Sweet. That's all the lentils that we had. At least that we made using that setup over there. What? There we go. Now this is going to give us some time to build a little bit more landfill. And grab those. There we go. Start planning ahead how we're gonna load and unload these materials into the train tracks and push things forward. But that's all that we have for today. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye!